What if I told you that tonight, beneath the golden domes of Renaissance Florence, you'll discover the moment when an ordinary young noble's world shattered, and from those broken pieces, a legend was born? What if I told you that you won't just hear about the Brotherhood of Assassins, but you'll feel the weight of their hidden blade in your own trembling hands? Hello my dear adventurers, it's Abby, and welcome back to another evening where we don't just tell stories, we live them together. Tonight feels different somehow, doesn't it? Maybe it's the way the shadows seem longer, or how the modern world feels just a little too loud, too harsh. We're going to step away from all of that chaos and walk cobblestone streets where honor still meant something, where art and beauty flourished even in the darkest times, and where ordinary people discovered they had the power to change history itself. But before we begin this journey together, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our little corner of storytelling magic, but only if these adventures truly speak to your soul. And please let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight, and tell me, have you ever felt like you were meant for something greater than the life you're living? Because tonight, that feeling is going to make perfect sense. Tonight isn't just about listening to a story about Ezio Auditore and the Renaissance. This is about your awakening, your transformation. You see, you're not going to be watching these events unfold from the outside. You're going to be there, in the marble halls of Florentine palazzos, feeling the cool morning air off the Arno River on your skin. You're going to experience what it feels like when everything you thought you knew about your life, your family, your purpose, crumbles away in a single night. And then you're going to discover what it means to rise from those ashes, stronger than you ever imagined possible. Now, I want you to get comfortable, really comfortable. Dim those lights. Maybe light a candle if you have one nearby. Feel free to close your eyes already. If you'd like, pull that blanket up close and let your breathing slow down naturally. We're about to step through time itself, back to an era when the very air seemed to shimmer with possibility and danger. You'll feel the weight of ancient secrets pressing down on your shoulders. You'll experience the thrill of belonging to something greater than yourself, something that has protected the innocent for centuries. You'll understand what it means to carry a blade not for violence but for justice. And most importantly, you'll find that place inside yourself where courage lives, waiting to be awakened. By the time our journey ends together, you won't just understand Ezio's story, you'll understand your own role in the eternal fight between those who would control and those who choose to be free. You'll carry with you the knowledge that every single person has the potential to become something extraordinary when the moment demands it. 4 interconnected tales are waiting for you tonight, each one revealing another piece of a puzzle that spans generations. You'll walk alongside master craftsmen who shape more than metal and stone. They shape destinies. You'll stand guard over the very people who make the Renaissance possible. The artists and dreamers and everyday citizens who refuse to let tyranny dim their light. You'll witness the exact moment when legend was born from tragedy, and you'll understand why some truths are worth any sacrifice to protect. So let the sounds of the modern world fade away now. Let your breathing deepen as we prepare to step into Renaissance Florence, where the morning light turns marble to gold, where the scent of fresh bread mingles with leather and steel, where church bells mark not just the hours but the heartbeat of a city that refuses to surrender its soul. Your heart pounds against your ribs like a caged bird as you realize that everything, absolutely everything about your privileged life has been built on secrets that could destroy you. The morning sun filters through tall windows of the Auditore Palazzo, casting long golden rectangles across marble floors that feel suddenly cold beneath your silk slippers. This is your home, has always been your home, but today it feels like a beautiful prison where every shadow might be hiding. Watchers, every whispered conversation might seal your fate. Your transformation begins now, as we discover together that heroes aren't born from noble blood or mystical powers. They're forged in the moments when ordinary people choose to stand up for what's right, no matter the cost. Rest easy, future guardian of memory, your real adventure is about to begin. You've always known your family was wealthy. influential, important in Florence's banking circles. Giovanni Auditore, your father, commands respect wherever he goes. Nobles bow their heads to him. Merchants compete for his attention, and even priests speak to him with careful reverence. But this morning, as you move through corridors you've walked 1,000 times before, you notice things that make your stomach twist with unease. The way conversations stop when you enter a room. How your father's study door is always locked now. The heavy wood scarred with fresh scratches around the keyhole as if someone has been trying to force their way in. The smell that clings to your older brother's clothing, not just leather and steel from his fencing lessons, but something sharper, metallic, like blood that won't wash clean. Your fingers trace along the stone walls as you walk, feeling carved symbols that you've never really looked at before. Eagles with wings spread wide, intertwined with letters that don't spell anything you recognize. At least nothing you recognized before today, because this morning while helping your mother arrange fresh flowers in the main hall you glimpsed something that changed everything. Your father's study door was cracked open, just barely, and through that sliver of space you saw him hunched over his desk, not working on banking ledgers but on documents covered in those same strange symbols. His fingers moved with practiced ease as he traced the markings, and when he looked up, his eyes held a weight you'd never seen before. Not the confident gaze of a successful banker, but the haunted look of a man carrying secrets that could crush him. "The young Auditore," he said, his voice carrying an accent you couldn't place, growing up so quickly. "Your father must be proud of how you've matured." But the way he said it, the slight emphasis on certain words, made it sound less like a compliment and more like a threat wrapped in courtesy. That's when you heard the footsteps, soft, deliberate, approaching from behind. You spun around to find a man you'd never seen before standing in your family's private hallway. Tall, lean, dressed in fine clothes but carrying himself like a weapon barely contained in silk and velvet. His eyes found yours and held them, and in that moment you understood with crystal clarity that this stranger knew exactly who you were, knew things about you that you didn't even know about yourself. Your father appeared in the study doorway so quickly it seemed like magic, his face carefully blank but his hand resting on something at his belt that glinted silver in the morning light. "Lorenzo," he said to the stranger, "and you filed that name away like a treasure. We weren't expecting you until this evening." The adults continued their careful dance of words, but you stopped listening to their conversation and started listening to what they weren't saying. The tension that crackled between them like lightning before a storm. The way your father's fingers tapped against his thigh in a rhythm that seemed almost like code. The way Lorenzo's smile never quite reached his eyes. "Plans change, old friend," Lorenzo replied, never taking his eyes off you, especially when certain information comes to light. Information about young eagles learning to spread their wings. Pressed against the wall behind your father's study, you could hear their voices clearly now. Lorenzo's voice tight with barely controlled anger. The Templars know about the Codex pages. They know Giovanni has been sharing Brotherhood secrets with his family. Brotherhood, Templars, Codex, words that should have meant nothing to you, but somehow they resonated in your bones like half-remembered music. Your father's response was too quiet to hear clearly, but Lorenzo's next words hit you like a physical blow. You excused yourself with a polite bow, your heart hammering as you climbed the curved stone stairs to your chambers. But instead of going to your room, you doubled back through the servants' passages, narrow corridors that honeycombed through the palazzos' thick walls. Your childhood games of hide and seek had taught you every secret way through your home, and now those games might save your life. Your hands shook as you pressed deeper into the shadows, your mind racing. Everything clicked into place with horrible clarity. The locked study, the strange symbols, the way certain visitors looked at you like they were measuring you for a grave. Your family wasn't just wealthy and influential, they were part of something ancient and dangerous, something that had painted a target on everyone you loved. They're coming for the Auditore family. Tonight, all of you. The sound of Lorenzo's departure echoed through the halls, his footsteps fading until only silence remained. You stayed frozen in the shadows, afraid to move, afraid to breathe, afraid that any sound might make this nightmare real. But it was already real, wasn't it? Had always been real, hidden beneath layers of silk and gold and comfortable lies. When you finally emerged from the servants' passage, your father was waiting for you in the main hall. His face was grave, older than it had been that morning, and in his hands he held a sealed letter that seemed to pulse with importance. Your father's words hung in the air between you like a bridge you weren't sure you were ready to cross. Outside, church bells were ringing the hour, their bronze voices carrying across the red tile roofs of Florence such a normal sound, marking such a normal evening, that your hands trembled as you held that letter because you knew that by tomorrow nothing would ever be normal again. "If anything happens to me," he said quietly, pressing the letter into your trembling hands, "find Ezio Auditore. He's your cousin, older, wiser, already walking the path you're about to discover. Tell him the eagle still watches over Florence." "The Templars know," your father whispered urgently, his eyes fixed on the tall windows where sunset was painting the sky. "The color of blood. They're coming." The letter burns in your trembling hands like a living coal, as flames begin to lick at the windows of your childhood home. Orange light dances across the walls where you learned to walk, where you took your first steps, where you believed you were safe. The acrid smell of smoke mingles with something else, something that makes your stomach turn metallic and sharp, the scent of violence creeping through the halls like poison. Your father shoves you toward a section of wall that looks identical to every other section. But when he presses his palm against a particular stone carving, it swings inward with a grinding whisper. Cool air rushes out, carrying the scent of ancient stone and secrets that have been kept for generations. You want to argue? Want to stay and fight beside your family, but the sound of splintering wood echoes from the main entrance. They're inside now, whoever they are, and your father's eyes hold a desperate urgency that cuts through your protest before you can voice it. The passage is narrow, barely wide enough for your shoulders, and the darkness seems to press against you like a living thing. Behind you, you can hear muffled shouts, the clash of steel on steel, sounds that will haunt your dreams for years to come. But ahead, somewhere in that suffocating blackness, safety waits, hope waits. A future that doesn't end tonight in flames and blood. "Go," he says, his voice steady, despite the chaos erupting around your home. "Follow the passage until you reach the old church of San Lorenzo. Find the priest there. Tell him Giovanni Auditore sent you, and he'll know what to do next." Your hands scrape against rough stone as you feel your way forward, each step taking you further from everything you've ever known. The passage twists and turns, sometimes climbing, sometimes descending, like a serpent burrowing through Florence's ancient foundations. Time becomes meaningless in the dark. Minutes feel like hours, and hours compress into heartbeats. When you finally emerge, it's through a hidden door behind the altar of San Lorenzo, the ancient church where your family has worshipped for generations. The priest, an elderly man with knowing eyes, takes one look at your soot-stained clothes and tear-streaked face, and nods as if he's been expecting you. "Giovanni's child," he says simply. "Come. There isn't much time." He leads you through another passage, this one wider, better maintained, lit by oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on walls covered in the same strange symbols you've been seeing all your life. But now those symbols seem to pulse with meaning, like a language you almost understand, words hovering just at the edge of comprehension. And there, standing in the center of it all, like he belongs to this place, like he was carved from the same stone as the chamber itself, is Ezio Auditore. The passage opens into a vast underground chamber carved from living rock, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into shadows. Candles burn in iron sconces, their light revealing walls covered in paintings that tell stories of men and women in white robes, blades hidden in their sleeves, locked in eternal conflict with figures draped in red crosses. Even in the flickering candlelight, he commands attention. Tall, lean, moving with the fluid grace of someone who has trained his body to be a weapon. His dark hair falls across eyes that seem to see everything, miss nothing, and when those eyes settle on you, you feel exposed, like he can read the fear and confusion written across your soul. "So," he says, his voice carrying the warm cadence of Tuscan hills but underlaid with something harder, more dangerous. Another young auditory learns the truth about our family. The question is, are you ready for what that truth demands? He circles you slowly, not threatening, but assessing, like a master craftsman examining a piece of raw material to determine what it might become. "Your father was a good man," he continues, "devoted to the Brotherhood, dedicated to protecting the innocent, but devotion and dedication aren't enough in this war. You need conviction. You need the willingness to sacrifice everything, including your own comfort, your own safety, your own life if necessary." The words hit you like physical blows. War, brotherhood, sacrifice. A week ago, your biggest concern was choosing which doublet to wear to evening prayers. Now you're standing in an underground temple listening to your cousin speak of death and duty with the casual ease of discussing the weather. "I know this is overwhelming," Ezio says, his voice gentling slightly. "I know your mind is reeling with questions, with fear, with grief for everything you've lost tonight. But those feelings, that confusion, that's where strength begins. Not in certainty, but in the choice to keep moving forward even when the path ahead is shrouded in darkness." He moves to a wall covered in weapons, each one perfectly maintained, gleaming with deadly purpose. His fingers trail along the handles of knives, swords, strange mechanical devices that you can't even begin to understand. The Templars believe that peace comes through control, through imposing order on chaos. They would turn every human being into a puppet dancing to their design, believing that removing choice removes suffering. Your hands shake as you reach for the bracer, and the moment your fingers touch the leather, something changes inside you. Not magic, not mystical transformation, but recognition, like a key turning in a lock you didn't know existed, like a door opening in your heart to reveal chambers you never knew were there. Ezio turns back to you, and now his eyes hold a fire that makes you straighten despite your exhaustion. "We believe something different. We believe that freedom, true freedom, is worth any price. That people deserve the right to choose their own paths, make their own mistakes, live their own lives, even if those choices lead to chaos, to conflict, to pain." He reaches into his robes and withdraws something that makes your breath catch. A leather bracer, beautifully crafted, with metal fittings that seem to pulse with hidden purpose. "This is a hidden blade," he says, offering it to you with the solemnity of a priest presenting a sacred relic. "For 300 years, men and women of our Brotherhood have worn these, used them to strike at tyranny from the shadows. To accept this is to accept everything it represents. The oath, the responsibility, the burden of protecting those who cannot protect themselves." "Your father died tonight," Ezio says quietly, and the words cut through you like ice. But he died, believing that you would carry on what he started. He died knowing that the Brotherhood would survive, that the fight for freedom would continue, that his sacrifice meant something. Tears blur your vision, but you blink them away. There will be time for grieving, later, time for mourning what you've lost. Right now, in this moment, you have to decide what you're going to become. Ezio studies your face in the candlelight, and gradually, slowly, he begins to smile. Not the polite smile of social courtesy, but something fiercer, more genuine. "You have the fire," he says with satisfaction. "I can see it burning behind your eyes. But fire without discipline is just destruction. Fire without purpose is just chaos." He steps closer, close enough that you can see the scars that mark his hands, evidence of a lifetime spent in service to ideals larger than himself. "Tomorrow we begin your real education. You'll learn to move like a shadow, strike like lightning, disappear like mist. You'll study philosophy and history, politics and human nature. You'll understand why this war began and why it can never truly end. But tonight, Ezio continues, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. Tonight you rest, you grieve, you let yourself feel the full weight of what you've lost. Because that pain, that love, that connection to what you're fighting to protect, that's what will sustain you in the dark days ahead. The weight of his words settles on your shoulders like a mantle, heavy but not unbearable. Around you, the chamber seems to pulse with the presence of everyone who has stood where you're standing now, everyone who has made the same choice you're about to make. He places a gentle hand on your shoulder, and for a moment he's not the legendary assassin, not the master of shadows and steel. He's just family, the only family you have left, offering comfort in a world that has suddenly become vast and dangerous and filled with terrible purpose.
"Welcome to the Brotherhood," he says simply. "We've been waiting for you."
The morning sun filters through narrow windows high above the training chamber, casting long rectangles of golden light across stone floors worn smooth by centuries of feet learning to dance with death. Your body aches in places you didn't know could ache, muscles screaming protest from 3 hours of combat training that began before dawn. But the pain feels good, clean, like proof that you're becoming something new, something stronger than the frightened noble who stumbled into this underground world just days ago. "Tell me the creed," Ezio commands, settling into a meditative pose on a stone bench carved with symbols that seem to shift and dance in your peripheral vision. Ezio moves around you in a slow circle, his footsteps silent on the ancient stone, eyes never leaving your stance as you practice the basic forms he's been drilling into your muscle memory. "Better?" he says, his voice carrying the satisfied tone of a master watching his student begin to understand. "Your balance is improving. But remember, the hidden blade isn't just a weapon, it's an extension of your will, your commitment to the Brotherhood's cause." The leather bracer feels warm against your forearm now, no longer foreign but familiar, like it's always been part of you. The weight of the concealed mechanism comforts you, a reminder that you're not powerless anymore. Not defenseless against the forces that destroyed your family. When you flex your wrist just so, the blade springs forth with a whisper of steel, gleaming in the morning light like a sliver of captured lightning. "And what does that mean?" Ezio presses, his dark eyes holding yours across the chamber. The words come easily now, burned into your memory through repetition and growing understanding. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted, but as you speak them, you feel their weight differently than you did that first night. Not just words, but philosophy, a way of understanding the world that makes your role in it suddenly clear. You take a deep breath, organizing thoughts that feel too large for your head. It means that the truths people tell themselves, the certainties they cling to, the rules they think are absolute, all of those are just constructs, human creations. The Templars want to impose their version of truth on everyone, but we know that real truth comes from within, from the choices each person makes. "Good," Ezio says, rising from the bench with fluid grace. "Understanding the philosophy is the first step. Now you need to understand why we fight." Ezio nods slowly, approval warming his features. "And the second part, everything is permitted doesn't mean everything is acceptable." You continue, finding your rhythm. "It means that we have the freedom to choose, but also the responsibility to choose wisely. We permit ourselves to take lives, but only when those lives threaten the innocent. We permit ourselves to work in shadows, but only to bring light to those trapped in darkness." He leads you to a wall covered in documents, maps, portraits of men and women whose faces seem to radiate either nobility or corruption. Your eyes are drawn to a particular cluster of images, faces that make your stomach tighten with recognition and revulsion. "The Pazzi family," Ezio says, following your gaze, "and their Templar allies. They orchestrated your father's death, but that was just one move in a larger game. Look here." His finger traces connections on the map, lines drawn between Florence and other Italian cities. They're not just trying to control Florence. They want all of Italy under their thumb, every city-state dancing to their tune. You study the documents, absorbing information that makes your head spin with its implications. Trade routes controlled by Templar agents, political marriages arranged to consolidate power, church positions bought and sold to place their people in positions of influence. It's not just a war between two secret societies, it's a struggle for the soul of civilization itself. But why, you ask, your voice barely above a whisper? Why do they want so much control? Ezio's expression grows somber, weighted with years of fighting this shadow war. Because they believe that human beings are fundamentally flawed, that given freedom, people will choose chaos over order, destruction over creation. They think that by controlling every aspect of human life, by removing choice and free will, they can create a perfect world without conflict or suffering. The concept is seductive in its simplicity, and you can almost understand the appeal. A world without war, without hunger, without the messy complications of human nature. But something in you rebels against the idea, recognizes the poison hidden in that perfect vision. It sounds peaceful, you admit reluctantly. Peace built on slavery. Ezio replies sharply, order maintained through oppression. They would turn every human being into a sheep, docile and controlled, believing that safety is worth any price. But we know better. We know that freedom, real freedom, is what makes life worth living, even if that freedom comes with risk, with pain, with the possibility of making wrong choices. He moves to another section of the wall, this one covered with images of ordinary people, farmers, merchants, artists, children playing in market squares. These are the people we protect, he says softly, not because they asked us to, not because they even know we exist, but because they deserve the right to live their lives on their own terms, to love who they choose, worship how they choose, create what they choose. The Templars would strip all of that away in the name of their perfect order. Your father understood this. Ezio continues, his voice gentle but firm. He used his position as a banker to support those who needed help, to fund projects that the Templars would have destroyed. He risked everything, including his family's safety, because he believed that freedom was worth any sacrifice. The weight of legacy settles on your shoulders, but instead of crushing you, it lifts you up. Your father's death wasn't meaningless. It was part of something larger, something that stretches back through centuries and will continue long after you're gone. The Brotherhood doesn't fight for glory or power. It fights for the right of every human being to write their own story. You stare at the faces on the wall, and gradually you begin to see them differently. Not just random people, but individuals with dreams and fears and hopes that deserve protection. The baker who rises before dawn to provide fresh bread for his community. The mother teaching her daughter to read despite laws that say women don't need education. The young artist whose paintings capture beauty that makes the world a little brighter. You look around the chamber one more time, taking in the weapons, the documents, the symbols that now pulse with meaning you can feel in your bones. The frightened noble who stumbled into this place is gone, replaced by someone harder, someone with purpose burning in their chest like a forge fire. Are you ready? Ezio asks, and you know he's not just talking about the next phase of training. I'm ready, you say, and mean it with every fiber of your being. Ezio's smile is like sunrise breaking over the Tuscan hills, warm and fierce and full of promise. Then let's begin your real education. But first, there's something I need to tell you about the Guildmasters. They've been watching your progress, and they think you might be ready for something special. He pauses at the chamber's entrance, silhouetted against the morning light. How would you feel about working with the greatest mind of our generation? Someone who shapes more than metal and canvas, who shapes the very future itself. Your heart pounds with anticipation as you follow him toward whatever comes next. The hidden blade warm against your arm, your father's memory burning bright in your chest, and the knowledge that your real adventure is just beginning. Leonardo da Vinci moves through his workshop like a conductor orchestrating a symphony of invention, his long hair catching the light as he shifts between a half-finished painting of a woman with an enigmatic smile, mechanical drawings that seem to defy the laws of physics, and anatomical studies that reveal secrets hidden beneath human skin. But it's not his artistic genius that is Ezio sending you here. It's what he creates in the shadows, the devices that help the Brotherhood fight their eternal war against tyranny. 3 months have passed since you first felt the weight of a hidden blade against your arm, and now those months feel like a lifetime of transformation. The morning sun streams through tall windows of what appears to be an ordinary workshop in the heart of Florence, but you've learned that nothing in this city is ever quite what it appears to be. The air thrums with creative energy filled with the rich scents of oil paint, metal shavings, and something indefinable that seems to crackle with possibility itself. The young auditory, Leonardo says without looking up from an intricate brass mechanism that clicks and whirs under his careful manipulation. Ezio has told me much about your progress. Quick to learn, he says, and blessed with the kind of mind that sees connections others miss. We shall see. You watch, fascinated as his fingers dance across gears and springs with the same delicate precision he brings to his paintings. This is what the world sees, the brilliant artist whose innovations will echo through history. But you're here to learn about the other Leonardo, the one who creates tools for justice rather than beauty. Tell me, he says, finally glancing up with eyes that seem to hold all the wisdom of the ages. What do you see when you look at this? He holds up what appears to be an ordinary bracer, similar to the one that houses your hidden blade, but somehow different, more complex. You study it carefully, noticing subtle details that speak of purpose beyond mere protection, hidden joints that might conceal mechanisms, carefully placed studs that could serve as contact points, a weight distribution that suggests something more than leather and metal. He demonstrates the mechanism and you watch in awe as a tiny dart, no larger than a needle, springs from a concealed chamber with deadly precision, coated with a paralytic that will render a target unconscious within seconds, or if the mission requires it, something far more permanent. The choice, as always, remains with the user. It's not just armor, you say slowly, working through the puzzle. There's something hidden inside, something that extends, like my blade, but different, smaller, more precise. Leonardo's smile is like watching the sun rise. Excellent. This, my young friend, is a poison dart launcher, one of many tools I've developed to help level the playing field between those who fight in the shadows and those who command armies in the light. The Brotherhood has always understood something that our enemies refuse to acknowledge. Leonardo explains as you practice loading the dart launcher under his watchful eye. True power doesn't come from controlling others. It comes from enabling them to reach their full potential. These tools don't make you an assassin. They simply help you become the assassin you already are. As the day progresses, you begin to understand that Leonardo's workshop serves as more than just a place of invention. It's a hub, a gathering point for others who support the Brotherhood's cause without wearing its robes or bearing its blade. Merchants arrive with information about Templar shipping routes. Priests share gossip overheard in confession. Even children bring news from the streets, their innocent faces hiding sharp intelligence and fierce loyalty. Over the following hours, Leonardo introduces you to a world of innovation that exists parallel to his public work. Smoke bombs disguised as artists' pigments, climbing equipment that masquerades as sculptors' tools, communication devices hidden within ordinary quills and inkwells. Each invention represents months of careful thought, not just about how to create the device, but how to conceal its true purpose from those who would use such knowledge for evil. Master Leonardo, the merchant says with elaborate courtesy, I've come to discuss the commission we spoke of, the portrait for my patron in Rome. You see, Leonardo says during a quiet moment as he adjusts the fit of your new equipment. The war between assassins and Templars isn't fought only by those who carry blades. It's fought by everyone who believes that freedom is worth defending, that creativity is worth protecting, that the human spirit is too precious to be caged by those who think they know better. A knock at the workshop door interrupts your training, and you watch as Leonardo's entire demeanor shifts, becoming more alert, more focused. The visitor is a well-dressed merchant, someone who appears to have legitimate business with Florence's most famous artist. But you notice the way his eyes scan the room, cataloging details, and the way Leonardo positions himself between the visitor and the more sensitive equipment. "Of course," Leonardo replies smoothly, but you catch the slight tension in his shoulders, the way his hand drifts toward a tool that could serve as a weapon if necessary. Though I must say, your patron's requirements are quite specific, almost as if they know exactly what they're looking for. The conversation continues in this vein, seemingly innocent on the surface but loaded with undercurrents of meaning that make your newly trained instincts prickle with warning. This isn't just about art. This is about information, about access, about the kind of intelligence that can tip the balance in a shadow war. As the merchant prepares to leave, he pauses at the door, his eyes finding yours with uncomfortable intensity. "Your apprentice is new," he observes with false casualness. "Young faces often see things differently than experienced ones. I hope they're learning to appreciate the true value of discretion." After he's gone, Leonardo moves quickly to secure certain documents and devices, his movements economical and purposeful. "That," he says without looking at you, "was a Templar agent gathering intelligence about our operations. They know I work with the Brotherhood, but they can't prove it without evidence they'll never find." Your stomach knots with sudden understanding. "Because you hide everything in plain sight." "Exactly. The best way to keep a secret is to make it look like something else entirely. That man saw an artist's workshop, an apprentice learning their trade, materials and tools that serve their obvious purposes. He'll report back that Leonardo da Vinci is simply what he appears to be, a brilliant man focused on art and invention." Leonardo turns to face you fully, and his expression is more serious than you've seen it all day. "But you, my young friend, have been marked. He knows your face now, knows you're connected to me, which means your real education must accelerate more quickly than I'd hoped. Are you ready for the next phase?" Leonardo asks, his eyes holding the same intensity that Ezio showed when he first offered you the hidden blade. The weight of responsibility settles on your shoulders like a familiar cloak. 3 months ago, you were a sheltered noble concerned with nothing more challenging than which clothes to wear. Now you're standing in the workshop of history's greatest genius, being trained to use weapons that don't exist in any military manual, preparing to fight a war that most people don't even know is happening. Before you can answer, he moves to what appears to be a blank wall and presses a sequence of stones in a pattern too complex to be accidental. The wall swings inward, revealing a passage that descends into darkness lit by the warm glow of oil lamps. "There are others you need to meet," he says, stepping into the passage with the confidence of someone who has walked this path many times before. Guild masters who shape more than their official trades, who understand that true craftsmanship serves something greater than mere commerce. You follow him into the passage, your newly enhanced equipment feeling natural against your body, your mind buzzing with the knowledge that each step takes you deeper into a world where art and revolution intertwine like threads in a tapestry too complex for enemies to unravel. The passage beneath Leonardo's workshop opens into a vast underground chamber that takes your breath away with its impossible scope and ambition. Carved from living rock and expanded over generations, it stretches beyond the reach of torchlight, filled with the sounds of purposeful activity that echo off stone walls like the heartbeat of the Renaissance itself. This isn't just a hideout or meeting place. This is the true engine of the Brotherhood's power in Florence, hidden beneath the city where art and innovation flourish in the light above. Workstations line the chamber walls, each one dedicated to a different craft, but all serving the same ultimate purpose: Blacksmiths forge weapons that appear to be common tools but conceal deadly efficiency. Tailors create clothing that looks fashionable but incorporates hidden armor and weapon storage. Alchemists brew substances that might be sold as medicines or dyes but serve far more dangerous purposes when the situation demands it. Leonardo's hand on your shoulder guides you deeper into this underground marvel. Past craftsmen who nod respectfully to the master inventor, but eye you with a careful assessment of people who understand that their lives might depend on knowing who to trust. The air here smells of metal and chemicals, leather and parchment. The combined sense of human creativity turned toward the protection of human freedom. "Welcome," Leonardo says softly, his voice carrying clearly in the chamber's acoustic perfection, to the real Renaissance, not the public celebration of art and culture that fills Florence's squares and galleries, but the private dedication of minds and hands working to ensure that creativity can flourish without fear of oppression. You pause at a station where an elderly woman works with threads so fine they seem to disappear in the torchlight, weaving them into cloth that appears ordinary but catches the light in ways that hurt your eyes to follow directly. When she looks up, her smile is warm, but her eyes hold the sharp intelligence of someone who has spent decades keeping deadly secrets. "Silk that can stop a blade," she explains, holding up a section of her work, "and thread that can cut through rope or flesh, depending on the need. Your friend Ezio has requested a new cloak, something suitable for formal occasions that might turn suddenly informal." Leonardo leads you to a central area where maps and documents cover tables that seem to shift and rearrange themselves in the flickering light. But these aren't the crude battle plans you might expect from a military organization. These are works of art in themselves, illuminated manuscripts that detail Templar movements with the same care that monks put into copying scripture. The casual way she discusses death and protection, artistry and violence, makes your head spin with the realization of how completely your understanding of the world has shifted. These people aren't monsters or fanatics. They're craftsmen, artists, innovators who happen to believe that their skills should serve justice rather than merely profit. "Information," Leonardo says, spreading his hands over the beautiful, terrible maps, "is our most powerful weapon. The Templars have armies, wealth, political influence. What we have is knowledge. We know their plans often before they do, understand their weaknesses better than they understand them themselves." A younger man approaches, someone close to your own age, but carrying himself with the confidence of someone who has already proven themselves in ways you can only imagine. His clothes mark him as a member of the Physicians Guild, but the way his eyes catalog potential threats and exits tells a different story entirely. "Giovanni's child," he says, extending a hand that feels strong enough to crush bone, but grips yours with careful gentleness. "I knew your father. He saved my family when the plague came 3 summers ago, not just with medicine but with gold that bought us passage away from the worst infected areas. We've been hoping for a chance to repay that debt." The conversation continues, but your attention is caught by something happening at one of the peripheral stations. A craftsman you hadn't noticed before is working on what appears to be a simple music box, the kind wealthy merchants might give their daughters as gifts. But as you watch, you realize that the mechanical precision of his work goes far beyond mere entertainment. "Communication device," Leonardo explains, following your gaze. "Music boxes are common, easily transported, and their mechanical complexity makes it simple to hide additional functions. This one will play a pretty melody for anyone who winds it normally, but if you know the correct sequence of pressure points, it becomes something else entirely." He demonstrates, and the innocent music box transforms into a miniature printing press, capable of reproducing documents or maps with perfect precision. The implications make your mind race. Messages that can be passed in plain sight, intelligence that can be copied and distributed without raising suspicion, art serving espionage with such elegance that even discovery might not reveal the true purpose. "But this is why we needed you here," Leonardo continues, his voice dropping to a more serious tone. "Your education, Your understanding of noble society makes you uniquely valuable for our next challenge. He leads you to a map of Florence that shows not just streets and buildings, but relationships, connections between families and institutions that form the city's real power structure. Red lines mark Templar influence, while blue indicates Brotherhood allies. But it's the yellow lines that catch your attention, connections marked as uncertain, potentially hostile. The Medici family, Leonardo explains, pointing to a cluster of yellow lines centered on the banking district. Officially neutral, but their cooperation is essential for our operations. Lorenzo de' Medici has been sympathetic to our cause, but there are factions within his own family that see opportunity in alliance with our enemies. Your finger traces the connections, understanding beginning to dawn like sunrise after a long night. They're going to try to turn the Medici against us. More than that, Leonardo says grimly. Intelligence suggests they're planning to eliminate Lorenzo entirely, make it look like Brotherhood assassins were responsible. If they succeed, we lose our most powerful ally and gain an enemy with the resources to destroy us. The weight of this revelation settles on your chest like armor made of lead. Everything you've learned, all the training and philosophy and careful preparation, has been leading to this moment. The Templars aren't content to fight the Brotherhood directly. They're going to manipulate Florence's political structure to turn the city against its secret protectors. What do you need me to do, you ask, though part of you already knows the answer will change your life irrevocably. Leonardo's smile is proud, but tinged with sadness, like a teacher watching a promising student prepare for an examination that might destroy them. Tomorrow night, Lorenzo is hosting a gathering of Florence's most influential families, a celebration of art and culture, supposedly, but really a chance for him to gauge political loyalties and identify potential threats. He pauses, studying your face carefully. You're going to attend that gathering, not as an auditory, that name is too dangerous now, but as a representative of a minor noble family with interests in supporting artistic endeavors. Your job is to identify the Templar agents, understand their plan, and if possible, stop them before they can strike. The magnitude of the assignment hits you like a physical blow. 3 months ago, you were learning basic combat forms. Now you're being asked to infiltrate high society, identify enemies who have spent years perfecting their disguises, and prevent an assassination that could destroy everything the Brotherhood has built in Florence. I don't know if I'm ready, you admit, the words feeling like weakness, but also like honesty. None of us ever feel ready, Leonardo replies gently. But readiness isn't about feeling prepared. It's about being willing to act when action is required, regardless of your fears or doubts. He moves to a workstation you hadn't noticed before. One covered with items that look like jewelry and accessories but pulse with hidden purpose, which is why you won't be going alone or unequipped. Your eyes widen as he shows you devices disguised as everything from hair ornaments to shoe buckles, each one a masterpiece of miniaturization and concealment, weapons and tools that could mean the difference between success and catastrophe. But remember, Leonardo says as he helps you understand how each device functions, these are tools, not solutions. Your mind, your training, your commitment to protecting the innocent, those are your real weapons. Everything else is just metal and mechanism. As you practice with the equipment, muscle memory, integrating new skills with hard-won knowledge, you realize that you're not the same person who stumbled into this underground world. You're not even the same person who walked into Leonardo's workshop this morning. You're becoming something new, something that bridges the gap between the world of noble society and the shadow war that determines whether freedom or tyranny will shape the future. Relief floods through your body like warm honey as you realize that what you initially mistook for isolation was actually the most sophisticated support network you could possibly imagine. The cool underground air carries the scent of oil lamps and ancient stone, but also something else, something that makes your heart soar with recognition. The smell of sanctuary, true sanctuary, built not just from stone and mortar but from the unbreakable bonds between people who share a common purpose. Leonardo guides you through tunnels that branch and twist beneath Florence like the root system of some enormous tree. Each passage leading to chambers where different aspects of the Renaissance serve the cause of freedom. In one cavern, musicians compose pieces that seem innocent to casual listeners but carry coded messages for those who know how to hear them. In another, poets craft verses that celebrate beauty and love while simultaneously communicating intelligence about Templar movements. This is what they truly fear. Leonardo explains as you pause to watch a young painter working on a fresco that depicts classical mythology but incorporates symbols that would be instantly recognizable to any Brotherhood member. Not our blades, not our individual skills, but our connections. The fact that art and culture, learning and innovation all serve something greater than mere personal advancement. The network's scope staggers you. Every guild in Florence has members who understand the real war being fought in the shadows, bakers whose shops serve as message drops, wine merchants who track the movements of suspicious customers, even children who play in the streets but report anything unusual to adults who know how to interpret their innocent observations. You meet master craftsmen whose public reputations hide their true vocations, the city's most celebrated goldsmith whose jewelry incorporates mechanical components that can serve as lockpicks or tiny blades, a renowned architect whose building plans include hidden passages and emergency routes that could save Brotherhood lives in crisis, a pharmacist whose medicines mask the production of substances that could incapacitate enemies or provide crucial healing for wounded allies. Your father, says a woman whose hands bear the calluses of a lifetime, working leather, but whose eyes hold the intelligence of someone who has read every book ever written about statecraft and strategy. Understood something that many people miss about power. Real power isn't the ability to command armies or accumulate wealth. Real power is the ability to inspire others to freely choose to support your cause. She shows you a map of Florence that reveals the true scope of Giovanni Auditore's influence, not the obvious connections of banking and commerce, but the subtle web of individuals whose lives he touched through small acts of kindness, quiet support during difficult times, investment in projects that served the community rather than merely personal profit. When your family was attacked, she continues, do you know how many people offered to help? How many risked their own safety to provide information, resources, safe passage? The Templars thought they were striking at a banker and his household. They never realized they were attacking the heart of a community. The revelation brings tears to your eyes. But they're not tears of sadness. They're tears of understanding, of finally grasping the true scope of what your father built and what you're now part of. The Brotherhood isn't just an organization of warriors fighting in the shadows. It's a living embodiment of everything that makes human civilization worth preserving. Leonardo leads you to the network's central hub, a vast chamber where representatives from every allied guild gather to coordinate their efforts. The diversity is breathtaking, young and old, male and female, wealthy merchants and humble artisans, all united by their commitment to a set of ideals that transcend personal interest. Tonight's gathering at the Medici Palace announces a man whose rich robes mark him as a member of the banking guild, but whose bearing suggests someone comfortable with violence when necessary, represents our greatest challenge and our greatest opportunity. If we can identify and neutralize the Templar agents without compromising Lorenzo's safety, we strengthen our position immeasurably. The discussion that follows reveals layers of planning that humble you with their sophistication. Every entrance to the palace will be watched by allies disguised as servants, musicians or fellow guests. Communication networks will allow instant coordination if threats are identified. Backup plans exist for every contingency, including scenarios you never would have considered. The greatest protection, Leonardo adds when the formal planning concludes, comes from something the Templars can never replicate: genuine community. The people attending tonight's gathering aren't just political allies or business partners. They're friends, neighbors, individuals who care about each other's welfare beyond mere strategic advantage. As the meeting disperses, guild masters approach you with final preparations for your mission. The tailor adjusts clothing that appears fashionable but incorporates hidden armor and weapon storage. The alchemist provides substances disguised as common cosmetics, but capable of revealing invisible inks or neutralizing various poisons. The musician teaches you musical phrases that will identify you to other Brotherhood members while sounding like casual conversation to outside observers. But it's the elderly physician who provides the most valuable preparation. Remember, she says, pressing a small vial into your palm, your greatest weapon tomorrow night won't be anything Leonardo has built or I have brewed. It will be your ability to see people as they truly are, to recognize sincerity from deception, to understand that the most dangerous enemies are often those who appear most charming. As the preparations conclude, you find yourself alone with Leonardo in a smaller chamber, where he puts the finishing touches on your equipment. The devices he's created for you are marvels of miniaturization and concealment, but more than that, they're expressions of trust, tangible proof that he believes you're capable of succeeding where failure would mean not just your death, but the destruction of everything this community has built. I have a confession, Leonardo says as he makes a final adjustment to a hair ornament that doubles as a lockpick. When Ezio first told me about Giovanni's youngest, I expected someone broken by tragedy, someone who would require years of careful rebuilding before they could be trusted with any real responsibility. He looks up from his work and his smile transforms his entire face. Instead, I find someone who has taken the worst thing that could happen to a human being and used it as fuel to become something extraordinary. Your father would be proud, but more than that, he would be amazed. The words hit you with surprising force, and for a moment you're that terrified child again, clutching a letter in a burning palazzo, wondering if you'll ever feel safe again. But that moment passes, replaced by something stronger, more durable. You're not that frightened child anymore. You're exactly what this community needs. Someone who understands both worlds, who can move between the sunlit realm of noble society and the shadow world where freedom's guardians do their work. Tomorrow night, Leonardo concludes, sealing the last of your equipment in containers designed to pass the most thorough inspection. You'll walk into that gathering not just as our agent, but as living proof that the Brotherhood's ideals work, that people can rise above their circumstances, can choose to serve something greater than themselves, can transform personal tragedy into public service. As you prepare to leave this sanctuary and return to the surface world, you carry with you more than just hidden weapons and secret knowledge. You carry the hopes and trust of an entire community, the weight of your father's legacy, and the absolute certainty that whatever happens tomorrow night, you won't face it alone. The morning sun that greets you as you emerge from the tunnels feels different now, charged with possibility and purpose. Florence spreads before you in all its Renaissance glory. But you see it with new eyes, not just a city of art and commerce, but a living testament to what human beings can accomplish when they're free to dream, to create, to choose their own destinies. Tonight at Lorenzo de' Medici's gathering, you'll discover whether that freedom can survive the forces arrayed against it. But right now, walking through streets where every face might belong to an ally, every building might conceal friends ready to risk everything for justice, you've never felt more ready for whatever challenges await. The Brotherhood has given you purpose. The guild masters have given you tools. Your father's memory has given you courage. Now it's time to discover what you can give back to the cause that has already given you everything that matters. 6 months have passed since you first descended into Leonardo's underground network, and now you walk Florence's morning streets with eyes that see everything. The way shadows fall across doorways where watchers might hide, the subtle hand signals merchants use to communicate more than just prices, the children whose innocent games carry messages between adults who dare not meet directly. The warm Italian sun bathes the city in golden light, but you've learned that even the brightest day can hide the darkest intentions. Your new identity as a minor noble with artistic interests has become as comfortable as your own skin. The clothing fits perfectly, tailored by Brotherhood allies who understand that the smallest details can mean the difference between success and death. Your story is flawless, backed by documents that would satisfy the most suspicious investigation and supported by a network of people ready to confirm every detail if questioned. But it's not the deception that feels natural now. It's the purpose. Walking through the Mercato Vecchio, breathing in the sense of fresh bread and Mediterranean herbs, listening to the laughter of children playing between market stalls, you understand with crystal clarity what you're fighting to protect. Not abstract ideals or philosophical concepts, but this, the simple human joy of people living freely, creating beauty, choosing their own paths through life. An elderly woman arranges flowers at her stall, her weathered hands moving with the practiced grace of someone who has found peace in honest work. When she looks up and recognizes you, her smile carries warmth that has nothing to do with potential sales and everything to do with genuine human connection. "Ah, the young patron of arts," she says, selecting a particularly beautiful white rose from her display. "Still supporting our local painters and musicians, I hope?" "Always," you reply, accepting the flower with a bow that acknowledges her not as a mere vendor, but as a fellow human being deserving of respect. Beautiful work deserves beautiful settings. It's a simple exchange, the kind that happens thousands of times each day throughout Florence. But your trained awareness catches the subtle emphasis she places on certain words. The way her fingers brush specific petals as she hands you the rose. She's telling you something, confirming that tonight's gathering is proceeding as planned, that the network is in place and ready. You continue through the market, pausing to examine silk that shimmers with hidden messages, tasting wine that carries the aftertaste of carefully coded intelligence, listening to street musicians whose melodies incorporate themes that would be instantly recognizable to other Brotherhood members. The entire city has become a living communication system, art and commerce serving purposes their creators never explicitly acknowledge. At a bookstall run by a scholarly man whose ink-stained fingers hint at work that goes far beyond mere selling, you discover the true scope of what you're protecting. Hidden among volumes of classical literature and contemporary philosophy are works that exist nowhere else in the world. Treatises on governance that argue for the rights of common people, scientific observations that challenge official church doctrine, mathematical proofs that could revolutionize navigation and engineering. Knowledge, the bookseller explains quietly, as he shows you a manuscript that analyzes different forms of government and concludes that freedom, despite its messiness, produces better results than tyranny, is the most dangerous weapon of all. The Templars understand this. That's why they work so hard to control what people are allowed to learn, to think, to dream. The weight of responsibility settles on your shoulders like a familiar cloak. These books, these ideas, these people who risk everything to preserve and share knowledge, all depend on the Brotherhood's ability to maintain the delicate balance that allows creativity to flourish. Tonight's mission isn't just about preventing an assassination. It's about ensuring that future generations will have access to the full spectrum of human thought and achievement. As afternoon approaches, you make your way to the district where many of Florence's wealthiest families maintain their palazzos. Here, the streets are wider, the buildings more imposing, the very air seeming to carry the weight of accumulated power and influence. But your trained eyes catch details that others miss. The servants whose movements suggest military training, the decorative elements that could serve as weapons in emergencies, the subtle modifications that turn luxury residences into potential fortresses. A group of children play in a small plaza, their game appearing to be nothing more than elaborate tag. But you notice how their apparently random movements allow them to observe every entrance and exit, how their laughter carries information about who enters which buildings, how their innocent presence provides the perfect cover for intelligence gathering that more obvious agents could never accomplish. "Young master," one of them calls out, A girl whose bright smile disguises sharp intelligence. Would you like to buy some flowers for tonight's celebration? She offers you a small bouquet that appears identical to dozens of others being sold throughout the district. But when your fingers close around the stems, you feel the slight irregularity that indicates a hidden message. Without breaking the rhythm of casual conversation, you decode the information. 3 Templar agents confirmed in position. 1 unidentified threat still mobile. Backup extraction route secure. The systematic thoroughness of the operation fills you with confidence. Every angle has been considered, every contingency planned for, but it also reminds you of the stakes involved. This level of preparation is necessary because failure means not just the loss of one ally, but the potential destruction of everything the Renaissance represents. You spend the remaining daylight hours making final preparations, checking equipment that appears to be nothing more than fashionable accessories, reviewing contingency plans that account for every possible scenario. The clothing you'll wear tonight was created by masters who understand that the difference between life and death often comes down to having the right tool in the right place at the crucial moment. As sunset approaches, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that Renaissance artists spend lifetimes trying to capture, you feel the familiar transformation that comes before dangerous missions. The casual observer sees a young noble preparing for an evening of social entertainment. But beneath that surface, predator instincts sharpen to razor focus, every sense heightening to levels that seem almost supernatural. The gathering at Lorenzo de' Medici's palazzo represents the culmination of months of planning, years of careful relationship building, generations of work to create a society where art and learning can flourish without fear. Tonight, you'll discover whether that work has been sufficient to protect against enemies who would destroy everything beautiful about human civilization in pursuit of their sterile vision of perfect order. But first, a moment of quiet reflection in a small chapel where light filtering through stained glass creates patterns that dance across stone floors worn smooth by centuries of worshippers. Here, surrounded by art that celebrates both human achievement and divine inspiration, you offer a silent prayer, not for victory, but for wisdom, for the clarity to see threats before they manifest, for the courage to act when action is required, for the strength to protect those who create beauty in a world that often seems determined to destroy it. The chapel's peace settles into your bones like armor made of serenity rather than steel. Whatever challenges await at tonight's gathering, you'll face them with the knowledge that you're not fighting alone. Every flower seller and street musician, every bookseller and children's game, every hidden passage and concealed weapon represents a community that has chosen to stand together against those who would impose their will through fear and control. As church bells throughout Florence begin to toll the evening hour, you emerge from the chapel ready for whatever the night might bring. The white rose from this morning's market adorns your outfit like a badge of honor, its petals catching the last rays of sunlight as you make your way toward the Medici Palazzo and the most crucial test of your young life. Tonight, you carry with you the hopes of everyone who believes that freedom is worth any sacrifice to preserve. Tonight, you represent not just the Brotherhood of Assassins, but the spirit of the Renaissance itself. Tonight, you discover whether love of beauty and commitment to justice are stronger than the forces that would reduce human beings to mere pawns in games of power and control. Your instincts scream danger as you climb the marble steps leading to Lorenzo de' Medici's palazzo. Every nerve in your body attuned to threats that haven't yet materialized but feel as real as the cool evening air against your skin. The palazzo rises before you like a monument to Renaissance achievement, its facade decorated with classical motifs that celebrate human accomplishment while its windows glow with warm light that promises safety, comfort, civilization itself. But your training has taught you that the most beautiful surfaces often conceal the deadliest traps. The note from this afternoon burns in your memory like a brand. The Medici heir is in danger. Meet me where the eagle first learned to fly. The reference to your family's ancient code phrases could only come from someone with intimate knowledge of auditory history. But whether that someone represents salvation or destruction remains terrifyingly unclear. Guests flow through the palazzo's entrance in a stream of silk and velvet, their laughter and conversation creating the perfect cover for more sinister activities. You recognize faces from Leonardo's intelligence files, wealthy merchants whose trade routes carry more than goods, artists whose patrons pay for services that go far beyond mere aesthetic beauty, church officials whose piety masks political ambitions that would make Machiavelli himself pause in admiration. But it's the faces you don't recognize that worry you most. The servants whose movements suggest military training, the musicians whose instruments could conceal weapons with deadly efficiency, the minor nobles whose names appear on no guest lists but whose presence seems to shift the very atmosphere of the gathering. Inside, the palazzo transforms into a living artwork that showcases everything the Renaissance represents. Frescoes cover walls with scenes of classical mythology that incorporate subtle Brotherhood symbols for those who know how to see them. Sculptures demonstrate anatomical knowledge that pushes the boundaries of what art can teach about human nature. Musicians perform compositions that layer multiple meanings beneath melodies designed to delight and inspire. Lorenzo de' Medici moves through his guests with the fluid grace of someone born to leadership, his conversations sparkling with wit and intelligence while his eyes constantly assess, evaluate, calculate. You watch him navigate between a Venetian ambassador whose smile doesn't reach his eyes, a papal representative whose questions probe for information that has nothing to do with theology, and a Florentine banker whose interest in artistic patronage seems oddly specific about defensive capabilities. Magnificent, isn't it? The voice comes from behind you, cultured and warm, but carrying undertones that make your skin crawl with recognition. You turn to find a man whose appearance epitomizes Renaissance nobility. Perfectly tailored clothing, carefully groomed beard, eyes that sparkle with intelligence and education. But something in his smile reminds you of the Templar agent who visited Leonardo's workshop, the same predatory patience barely concealed beneath civilized manners. Indeed, you reply carefully, allowing your own noble education to provide the appropriate responses while your mind races through possibilities. Master Lorenzo has created something truly special here. A celebration of everything that makes Florence the jewel of Italy. Everything. The man agrees, his emphasis on the word carrying weight that has nothing to do with art or culture. Lorenzo has always understood the value of bringing the right people together, though I sometimes wonder if he fully appreciates how easily such gatherings can be influenced by those with clearer vision about what Florence truly needs. The conversation continues in this vein, seemingly innocent praise for the evening's arrangements that actually serves as a probing attack, designed to determine your loyalties and intentions. You respond with equally layered courtesy, providing just enough information to maintain your cover while revealing nothing that could compromise the mission or endanger allies. But all the while, your awareness expands to encompass the entire gathering, cataloging details that individually seem meaningless but together form a pattern that makes your blood run cold. Too many conversations halt when Lorenzo approaches. Too many guests position themselves near exits or areas where weapons could be concealed. Too many servants move with the coordinated precision of people following a predetermined plan. If you'll excuse me, you say to your interrogator with a bow that acknowledges his status while subtly communicating that you're not intimidated by his implied threats. I believe I see someone I've been hoping to meet this evening. You move through the crowd with purposeful casualness, using skills learned in Leonardo's workshops to appear merely social while actually conducting reconnaissance that could save lives before the night ends. A casual touch to adjust your hair ornament activates the communication device hidden there, sending a subtle signal to other Brotherhood agents that potential threats have been identified and assessed. The response comes through vibrations, so slight they could be mistaken for nervous energy, but your training allows you to decode them instantly. 3 confirmed hostiles positioned strategically throughout the gathering. 1 unknown factor still mobile and unaccounted for. Extraction routes compromised but alternatives available if necessary. Your path through the crowd brings you close enough to Lorenzo to observe his interactions more closely, and what you see confirms your worst fears. The Medici leader's famous charm and political acuity are being systematically undermined by guests who know exactly which topics to raise, which questions to ask, which concerns to voice in order to create doubt about his judgment and leadership. Lorenzo seems troubled tonight, observes a woman whose jewelry incorporates the subtle symbols that mark her as a Brotherhood ally, almost as if he's received information that conflicts with his usual optimistic view of human nature. Her comment provides the opening you need to move closer to the gathering's true center of power, where Lorenzo stands surrounded by Florence's most influential citizens in a conversation that appears to be about artistic patronage, but actually concerns the political future of the Renaissance itself. The question Lorenzo is saying to a small group that includes both known allies and suspected enemies is whether Florence can maintain its independence while the rest of Italy consolidates under fewer and fewer rulers. The choice may soon be between freedom and security, and I fear too many people will choose security even at the cost of everything that makes life worth living. Wise leaders, responds a man whose Patsy family connections make your hand drift unconsciously toward your concealed weapons, understand that sometimes short-term restrictions are necessary to ensure long-term prosperity. The people need guidance, protection from their own baser impulses. The philosophical debate that follows serves as cover for a deadlier conflict being waged through careful word choice and strategic positioning. You recognize the technique from your training, using public forums to advance private agendas, making political arguments that serve as coded communications for more sinister purposes. But it's movement at the gathering's periphery that captures your attention and sends ice through your veins. A figure in servant's clothing moves with too much purpose toward the palazzo's upper levels, carrying what appears to be wine service but moving with the focused intensity of someone whose true mission has nothing to do with refreshments. Without conscious thought, you begin moving toward the stairs, your mind calculating angles and timing while your body maintains the casual demeanor of a guest exploring the palazzo's artistic treasures. The device Leonardo built into your shoe buckle allows you to send an emergency signal to the network, but response time will depend on factors beyond your control. The upper level offers a commanding view of the gathering below, while providing access to private chambers where more sensitive discussions take place. Your mysterious contact's message specified, meeting where the eagle first learned to fly, and your family's history with this palazzo suggests the rooftop terrace where your father once met with Lorenzo to discuss matters that had nothing to do with banking. But as you climb higher, every instinct developed through months of training tells you that you're walking into a trap designed by someone who knows far too much about Brotherhood operations, auditory family history, and your own psychological profile. The question is whether the trap is meant to capture you, or whether you're being positioned to witness something that will destroy everything you've worked to protect. The answer waits above, in shadows that seem to pulse with malevolent purpose, where the night sky of Renaissance Florence serves as backdrop for a confrontation that will determine whether freedom or tyranny shapes the future of human civilization. The palazzo's upper terrace spreads before you like a stage set for the final act of a tragedy, with Florence's glittering lights serving as backdrop for a confrontation that could determine the fate of the Renaissance itself. Cool night air carries the scent of jasmine from the gardens below, mixing with the metallic taste of adrenaline that coats your tongue as you realize this moment has been orchestrated with deadly precision by someone who understands both your strengths and your weaknesses. Your mysterious contact stands at the terrace's far edge, silhouetted against the star-filled sky in a pose that manages to be both dramatic and genuinely threatening. Even at this distance, you can see that their clothing bears the dark stains that could only be blood, and their stance suggests someone who has recently engaged in violence and expects to do so again very soon. Giovanni's child, they call softly, their voice carrying clearly across the terrace despite the sounds of celebration drifting up from below. Finally, I was beginning to think you'd lost the courage that once ran so strong in auditory blood. You move closer with careful steps, every sense heightened to levels that seem almost supernatural. Your mind cataloging escape routes and potential weapons while your body maintains the appearance of confidence you don't entirely feel. The hidden blade rests warm against your forearm, its familiar weight providing comfort even as logic tells you that steel alone won't be sufficient for whatever challenges the next few minutes will bring. You knew my father, you say, making it a statement rather than a question. The way you speak of him, the knowledge of our family codes, suggests a relationship that went deeper than business dealings. Your contact's laugh holds no humor, only bitter acknowledgement of truths that have been kept hidden too long. I knew Giovanni Auditore better than his own children did. I knew his dreams for a Florence where art and learning could flourish without fear. I knew his plans for ensuring that the Medici family would always have allies who understood the true value of freedom. They turn fully toward you now, and moonlight reveals a face that bears the scars of someone who has fought in shadows for longer than you've been alive. Recognition hits you like a physical blow as you realize you're looking at someone who was supposed to be dead, someone whose funeral you attended years ago when you were too young to understand the implications of their loss. Uncle Marco, you whisper, the name carrying weight that seems to shift the very air around you. But the plague took you. We mourned you. Father grieved for months after your death. The plague took Marco Auditore, respected banker and devoted family man. Your uncle replies with a smile that holds equal parts affection and pain. But it couldn't touch the Brotherhood operative who had already learned to move like a ghost through a world that wanted him dead. The revelation restructures everything you thought you knew about your family, your father's activities, your own place in the larger war between assassins and Templars. Your uncle's survival means that Giovanni Auditore's network was even more extensive than you'd imagined, that the connections you've been discovering were built on foundations laid by previous generations of your bloodline. Why now, you ask? Though part of you already knows the answer will involve immediate danger to everyone you've grown to care about. Why reveal yourself tonight in this place? Marco's expression grows grave as he gestures toward the palazzo below, where the celebration continues in blissful ignorance of the forces maneuvering to destroy everything it represents. Because tomorrow may be too late, the Templars aren't content to simply assassinate Lorenzo de' Medici. They want to destroy the very idea that leaders can serve their people rather than controlling them. He produces documents from his blood-stained clothing, papers that bear official seals and signatures that make your stomach clench with recognition. Orders from Rome countersigned by Pazzi family allies, authorizing the complete restructuring of Florentine society along lines that would make the city indistinguishable from any other Templar stronghold. You study the documents with growing horror, understanding that what you're reading represents not just political maneuvering, but the systematic destruction of everything that makes the Renaissance possible. Artists reduced to producing only approved subjects, scholars forbidden from pursuing knowledge that contradicts official doctrine, citizens stripped of the right to choose their own destinies in favor of lives planned and controlled by those who claim to know better. Lorenzo doesn't know, Marco continues, his voice carrying the urgency of someone who understands that time is running out faster than anyone realizes. The assassination attempt is just the beginning. Whether it succeeds or fails, it provides justification for the emergency measures that will never be lifted once imposed. The scope of the conspiracy takes your breath away with its elegant simplicity. The Templars don't need to win a war against the Brotherhood if they can manipulate circumstances to make the Brotherhood irrelevant. By turning Florence into a perfectly ordered society where dissent is impossible and creativity serves only approved purposes, they eliminate the very conditions that allow resistance to flourish. What can we do, you ask? Though the question feels inadequate to the magnitude of what you're facing. We can remind people what they're about to lose. Marco replies with fierce determination. We can show them that the choice between freedom and security isn't really a choice at all, because security without freedom is just another word for slavery. Movement in the shadows at the terrace's entrance cuts the conversation short as figures emerge from concealment with the fluid coordination of trained killers, Templar agents, their weapons gleaming in the moonlight, moving to surround you with professional efficiency that speaks of extensive planning and preparation. Touching family reunion, calls their leader, a man whose rich clothing and confident bearing mark him as someone accustomed to command. Though I fear it will be rather brief. The Auditori family has been a thorn in our organization's side for far too long. Your hand moves instinctively toward your hidden blade, but Marco's touch on your arm stops the motion before it can complete. His eyes hold a message that takes your breath away. This confrontation isn't about fighting your way out of immediate danger. It's about ensuring that the information you've gathered reaches the people who can use it to save Florence itself. My young protege, Marco says with a smile that transforms his scarred features, I believe it's time for you to demonstrate what you've learned about the value of strategic thinking over tactical reaction. The moment stretches like a held breath as you realize that everything you've learned, every skill you've developed, every relationship you've built has been preparation for this instant when the fate of the Renaissance hangs in the balance, and your choices will determine whether future generations inherit freedom or slavery. Behind you, Florence spreads in all its golden beauty, a city where human creativity has flourished because people were free to dream, to experiment, to fail and try again. Below you, Lorenzo de' Medici continues his gathering, unaware that enemies are closing in from multiple directions. Around you, Templar agents prepare to eliminate the last obstacles to their vision of perfect order achieved through absolute control. But within you, something crystallizes with diamond hardness, the absolute certainty that some things are worth any sacrifice to preserve, that love of beauty and commitment to justice create bonds stronger than fear, that the human spirit cannot be caged by those who mistake compliance for peace. Your uncle's final words echo in your mind as you prepare to act. Remember, nephew, we don't fight because we hate what stands before us. We fight because we love what stands behind us. The future of civilization itself hangs in the balance as Renaissance Florence holds its breath, waiting to discover whether freedom or tyranny will write the next chapter of human history. As Florence's political crisis reaches its crescendo, you realize with crystalline clarity that the true strength of the Brotherhood has never been the hidden blades they carry or the shadows they move through, but the unbreakable bonds forged between people who choose to stand together against tyranny. The Palazzo's terrace becomes a battlefield where more than individual lives hang in the balance, where the very soul of the Renaissance faces its greatest test. Your uncle Marco moves with the fluid grace of someone who has spent decades perfecting the deadly arts, his blade finding its mark with surgical precision as Templar agents close in from multiple directions. But it's not his individual skill that turns the tide of battle. It's the moment when allies emerge from concealment throughout the Palazzo's upper levels, Brotherhood operatives who had been positioned and waiting for exactly this confrontation. The sounds of combat mix with the continuing celebration below, creating a surreal symphony where death and joy exist in the same moment, separated only by stone walls and careful orchestration. Your own blade feels like an extension of your will as training takes over from conscious thought, months of preparation condensing into seconds of action that will echo through history. But the real revelation comes when you realize that the Palazzo's other guests haven't remained oblivious to the danger threatening their host. Windows throughout the building begin to glow with purposeful movement, as Florence's most influential citizens transform from party attendees into a coordinated defensive force. These aren't professional warriors, but they're people who understand what they stand to lose if the Templars succeed in their vision of perfect order. Artists whose hands know the delicate work of creating beauty prove equally capable of wielding weapons with deadly precision. Merchants whose minds calculate profit and loss apply that same analytical thinking to tactical problems. Scholars whose studies encompass the full range of human knowledge include enough military history to understand how battles are won and lost. You see, Marco calls to you over the clash of steel on steel, his voice carrying triumphs despite the blood seeping through his doublet. This is what they never understood about Florence. It's not just a city ruled by the Medici family, it's a community of people who have chosen to live free and who will fight to preserve that choice. The Templar commander's confident demeanor begins to crack as he realizes that what he expected to be a simple assassination has become something far more complex and dangerous. His agents, trained to operate in shadows and strike at isolated targets, find themselves facing opponents who know the terrain intimately and fight with the desperate courage of people protecting everything they hold dear. Lorenzo de' Medici himself appears on the terrace, flanked by bodyguards but carrying himself with the bearing of someone who refuses to be cowed by those who would destroy his life's work. His presence seems to energize every defender, reminding them that they're not just fighting for abstract ideals but for a leader who has proven his commitment to their welfare and freedom. "Gentlemen," Lorenzo says with the dry wit that has made him famous throughout Italy, addressing the remaining Templar agents with elaborate courtesy, "I fear there's been some misunderstanding about tonight's entertainment. This was intended to be a celebration of art and culture, not a demonstration of medieval combat techniques." But beneath his humor lies steel forged through years of navigating Renaissance politics at their most treacherous. When he draws his own blade, it moves with the confidence of someone who has never forgotten that leadership sometimes requires the willingness to personally defend the principles you espouse. The battle's tide turns decisively when reinforcements arrive, not through the palazzos' main entrances, but through the network of hidden passages that honeycomb Florence's foundations. Brotherhood operatives emerge from concealment throughout the building, but they're not alone. Guild masters, whose public trades conceal their true loyalties, bring weapons disguised as tools of their crafts. Citizens whose daily lives seem removed from shadow wars prove that when freedom itself is threatened, ordinary people can accomplish extraordinary things. Leonardo da Vinci appears carrying what looks like an artist's easel, but unfolds into a crossbow of devastating efficiency. The elderly flower seller from the morning market moves with surprising agility as she deploys throwing knives concealed in her basket. Even children contribute to the defense, their intimate knowledge of the palazzo's layout allowing them to guide defenders through passages that enemies don't know exist. The Templar commander's final stand takes place at the terrace's edge, with Renaissance Florence spread below like a living testament to what human beings can accomplish when they're free to dream and create. His ideology demands that he see the city as chaos requiring order, but from this height it's impossible to miss the underlying harmony that emerges when people cooperate by choice rather than compulsion. "You cannot stop what we represent," he declares with the fanatic certainty of someone whose worldview cannot accommodate contradiction. "Order will prevail over chaos. Control will triumph over anarchy. The future belongs to those with the vision to impose structure on human weakness." "Perhaps," Lorenzo replies, positioning himself between the Templar and the city he's dedicated his life to protecting. "But tonight, the future belongs to those with the courage to defend what they love." The final confrontation lasts only moments, but those moments contain the entire philosophical conflict between those who would control and those who choose to be free. When it ends, the terrace falls silent except for the distant sounds of celebration continuing below. Florence's citizens still unaware of how close they came to losing everything that makes their lives worth living. Your uncle Marco slumps against the terrace wall, his wounds serious but not fatal. His eyes bright with satisfaction as he surveys the battlefield where freedom has won another temporary victory. "Your father would be proud," he tells you, his voice weak but certain, "not just of how you fought tonight, but of how you've learned to see the connections that bind communities together." As dawn begins to touch the eastern horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that Renaissance artists spend lifetimes trying to capture, You understand that tonight's victory represents more than just the defeat of one Templar plot. It demonstrates that the ideals of the Brotherhood aren't just philosophical concepts, but living principles that can inspire ordinary people to extraordinary courage when the stakes demand it. The celebration below continues, transformed by necessity into a gathering where Florence's citizens acknowledge truths that have always existed beneath the surface of their daily lives. They are not just residents of a city ruled by benevolent leaders, they are active participants in a community dedicated to preserving the conditions that allow human creativity and freedom to flourish. Lorenzo moves among the defenders with words of gratitude that carry the weight of genuine recognition for sacrifices made in service of ideals larger than individual interest. But it's the spontaneous embraces between people who barely knew each other before tonight that truly capture the evening's meaning. Artists and merchants, scholars and craftsmen, young and old, all united by their shared commitment to a way of life worth defending. This is what they can never replicate, you realize, speaking the words aloud to your uncle as Florence awakens to another day of freedom. The bonds between people who choose to trust each other, to support each other, to sacrifice for each other, not because they're forced to, but because they want to. Marco's smile is like sunrise itself as he nods agreement. And this is why we'll always have hope. No matter how powerful our enemies become, because every generation produces people who understand that some things are more important than personal safety, that freedom is worth any price required to preserve it. As the palazzos' guests begin to disperse, carrying with them the knowledge that they've participated in something far more significant than a social gathering, you realize that your own journey has reached a crucial turning point. You're no longer just learning about the Brotherhood's mission, you're helping to define what that mission means for the future. But even as victory settles around you like a comfortable cloak, your uncle's words remind you that this is only one battle in a war that spans generations. There's something else you need to understand, he says, his voice dropping to the serious tone that indicates crucial information. Something about where all of this began, about the moment that created not just Ezio Auditore the assassin, but the legend that inspires people like those who fought beside us tonight. The promise of deeper understanding beckons like a doorway to truths that will reshape everything you think you know about heroes, legends, and the terrible price of greatness. 6 months later, your Uncle Marco approaches you with an expression that carries the weight of momentous decision. His scarred features serious in a way that makes your pulse quicken with anticipation and unease. The Brotherhood's safe house where you've been meeting overlooks Florence's Arno River, its windows providing a view of the city where your family's blood has been spilled and their legacy preserved across generations of secret war. It's time, he says simply, settling into a chair that has become familiar through months of debriefing sessions and advanced training. Time for you to understand not just what Ezio Auditore accomplished, but who he was before he became the legend that saved the Renaissance. Time to witness the moment when grief and rage chose to become something greater than vengeance. The words carry implications that make your breath catch in your throat. Throughout your journey from frightened refugee to Brotherhood operative, you've heard whispers about the deepest mysteries of assassin lore. Technologies that allow consciousness to experience events from the past. Techniques that permit the living to walk through memories preserved in bloodline and stone. Powers that bridge the gap between history and legend. The Animus, Marco continues, his voice carrying the reverence reserved for artifacts that border on the mystical. A device created by those who came before us, refined by modern genius, capable of allowing consciousness to experience genetic memories with perfect clarity. Through it, you'll not just learn about Ezio's origin, you'll live it, feel it, understand it from the inside. The chamber where the device waits resembles something between Leonardo's workshop and a cathedral, filled with mechanisms that pulse with energy while maintaining an atmosphere of profound respect for the mysteries they unlock. The Animus itself appears deceptively simple, a chair surrounded by crystalline projectors that hum with power purely contained within elegant casings. But be warned, Marco adds as you approach the device with trembling steps. Some truths carry burdens that can never be set down. Once you've experienced the moment that forged Ezio Auditore from a carefree young nobleman into Florence's greatest protector, you'll understand not just the price of heroism, but the weight of carrying legend in your own bloodline. The process of synchronization feels like drowning in warm honey, consciousness dissolving and reforming as the boundaries between past and present, self and ancestor, memory and reality blur beyond recognition. When awareness returns, you're standing in Renaissance Florence, but a Florence subtly different from the one you've grown to know. Brighter somehow, more innocent, filled with the kind of hope that can only exist before tragedy teaches its harsh lessons. The Auditore Palazzo rises before you in its full glory, unmarked by fire or violence, bustling with the activities of a wealthy family at the height of their influence and happiness. Servants move through courtyards with the relaxed efficiency of people who feel secure in their positions. Guards patrol with the casual alertness of those who expect no real threats. Children play in gardens where laughter echoes off stone walls that have never known the sound of breaking glass or dying screams. And there, moving through this scene of domestic tranquility, with the fluid grace of someone born to privilege and responsibility, is a young man whose face will become legend, but who remains in this moment simply Ezio Auditore. Not yet the master assassin who will save Italy from Templar domination. Not yet the wise mentor who will guide future generations of freedom fighters. Simply a young nobleman whose greatest concerns involve fashionable clothing and romantic pursuits. You watch him interact with his family, see the easy affection between father and sons, the gentle teasing that speaks of relationships built on genuine love rather than mere duty. Giovanni Auditore, not yet marked for death, discusses business matters that seem to involve nothing more dangerous than banking and trade. Federico, the elder brother whose wit and charm make him popular throughout Florence's social circles, practices sword work with the casual competence of someone who expects never to use such skills for anything more serious than sport. The innocence is heartbreaking, because you know what's coming. You've lived with the consequences of the tragedy that will shatter this peaceful scene, transform this loving family into scattered refugees or corpses, forge the laughing young nobleman before you into a weapon of terrible precision and dedication. Every moment of happiness feels precious because you understand how quickly it will be stripped away. But there's something else, something that catches your attention as you observe the family's daily routines. Subtle signs that not everything is quite as innocent as it appears on the surface. Conversations that halt when certain names are mentioned. Visitors whose eyes hold more knowledge than their official business would suggest. Documents that disappear too quickly when unexpected guests arrive. Giovanni Auditore may appear to be simply a successful banker, but the way his hand rests on certain objects suggests familiarity with weapons beyond mere decoration. The coded language he uses in supposedly routine correspondence contains layers of meaning that hint at networks extending far beyond commercial relationships. Even young Ezio, for all his apparent focus on pleasure and fashion, moves with unconscious grace that speaks of training more extensive than typical noble education. The realization hits you with stunning force. The Auditore family's involvement with the Brotherhood didn't begin with tragedy. It existed before the catastrophe, woven into their daily lives so seamlessly that even family members might not fully understand the extent of their parents' secret activities. The attack that orphaned your own father and transformed Ezio into an assassin wasn't random Templar violence. It was a calculated strike against a family that had been serving the cause of freedom for generations. You spend what feels like hours but might be days observing this world where happiness and danger coexist in perfect balance, where a family can love each other completely while serving ideals that put them all at risk. The weight of knowledge presses against your consciousness like a physical force, understanding building toward the moment when everything changes. The newspaper date that finally appears sends ice through your veins. The day before the execution that will destroy this family's innocence forever. Around you, the Auditore Palazzo continues its peaceful routines, its inhabitants unaware that they're living through the last hours of a way of life that can never be recovered. Young Ezio shares dinner with his family, his laughter ringing through halls that tomorrow will echo with screams of grief and rage. He teases his brother about romantic entanglements, discusses art and politics with the casual confidence of someone who has never known real loss, makes plans for a future that will never arrive in the form he imagines. Tomorrow, Giovanni tells his sons with paternal pride, "You'll understand more about our family's true responsibilities, about the legacy you'll inherit, and the choices you'll need to make to honor those who came before us." The irony is devastating. Giovanni intends to initiate his sons into Brotherhood secrets gradually, carefully, with the wisdom that comes from years of experience in the Shadow War, but the Templar's timing will transform what should have been careful education into desperate survival, planned revelation into traumatic awakening. As night falls over this doomed paradise, you realize that your presence here serves a purpose beyond mere historical curiosity. You're witnessing the last moments of innocence, not just for Ezio Auditore, but for the Renaissance itself. Tomorrow, when the executions begin, the stakes of the eternal war between freedom and control will become personal for everyone involved. The young man who laughs with his family tonight will wake tomorrow to find that laughter replaced by rage, love transformed into vengeance, privilege converted into desperate purpose. But more than that, he'll discover that the comfortable assumptions about justice and order that allow civilized society to function are illusions maintained by those willing to fight and die in shadows to preserve them. Your consciousness begins to drift as the memory approaches its climactic moment, but not before receiving one final revelation that restructures everything you thought you understood about destiny, choice, and the price of greatness. Tomorrow's tragedy isn't just the beginning of Ezio's legend. It's the moment when the Renaissance discovers whether its ideals are strong enough to survive their first real test. You stand at the crossroads of destiny itself as Renaissance Florence holds its breath in the moments before innocence dies and legend is born from its ashes. The morning sun paints the city in deceptively peaceful gold, its light warming stone buildings where citizens wake to another day of prosperity and artistic achievement, unaware that they're about to witness events that will echo through centuries of history. The Piazza della Signoria fills with spectators drawn by the promise of public justice, their faces reflecting the complex emotions of people who understand that today's executions represent more than simple punishment for crimes. This is political theater, designed to demonstrate power, to show what happens to those who challenge the established order, to remind everyone that safety depends on submission to authority. But you know what the crowd cannot? That the men being led to their deaths are not traitors or criminals, but guardians of everything that makes the Renaissance possible. Giovanni Auditore and his sons represent generations of secret dedication to preserving the conditions that allow art and learning to flourish, freedom and creativity to thrive, human beings to choose their own destinies rather than accepting roles assigned by those who claim divine right to rule. Your consciousness exists in a strange duality, experiencing events through genetic memory while retaining awareness of your own identity and knowledge. You feel young Ezio's confusion and growing horror as he recognizes his father and brothers among the condemned, but you also carry the terrible burden of knowing what this moment will cost and create. The charges read against the Auditore family are carefully crafted lies that paint patriotism as treason, service as sedition, protection of freedom as conspiracy against order. Each accusation transforms virtue into crime through the alchemy of political necessity, demonstrating how those in power can redefine truth itself to serve their purposes. Giovanni Auditore faces his death with dignity that transforms the execution platform into a stage where courage confronts tyranny in its most naked form. His final words aren't pleas for mercy or denials of guilt, but statements of principle that ring across the piazza like church bells calling the faithful to worship. Requiescat in pace, he says, not for himself but for the ideals that will outlive his physical form. May those who come after us remember that some things are worth any sacrifice to preserve. The blade falls with mechanical precision, but its impact extends far beyond the physical act of execution. You feel the exact moment when something fundamental shifts in the young man whose genetic memories you're experiencing, when grief and rage crystallize into purpose so pure it seems to burn like cold fire in his chest. Young Ezio's scream of anguish carries more than personal loss. It holds the death of one worldview and the violent birth of another. The comfortable assumptions about justice and order that allow privileged society to function shatter like crystal, replaced by understanding that cuts deeper than any blade. The world is not just or ordered, but maintained in precarious balance by those willing to fight for principles that most people take for granted. But there's something else happening in this moment of transformation, something that your unique perspective allows you to perceive with stunning clarity. The crowd watching these executions isn't simply passive audience to political theater. Individual faces in that sea of spectators show recognition, understanding, even hidden sympathy for the condemned men and what they represented. Seeds of resistance are being planted with every drop of auditory blood that stains the execution platform. Citizens who came expecting to witness justice instead see power exercising itself through violence, and something deep in the human spirit rebels against the spectacle. The Templars intend these deaths to serve as warning and deterrent, but they're actually creating martyrs whose sacrifice will inspire others to take up the cause they died defending. You watch young Ezio flee through Florence's streets with the desperate energy of someone whose entire world has collapsed in the space of minutes. But your expanded awareness allows you to see what he cannot. The network of helping hands that guide his escape, the safe houses that open to shelter him, the allies who risk their own lives to ensure that Giovanni Auditore's son survives to continue his father's work. The transformation isn't immediate or magical. Grief this profound requires time to metabolize into purpose. Rage this pure needs channeling before it can become effective action. But you can feel the process beginning, like metal being heated in a forge before it can be shaped into something useful and strong. Through the long hours of that first terrible night, as young Ezio huddles in hiding while understanding that his family is gone forever, you experience the exact moment when vengeance begins its slow evolution into justice. The desire to kill those responsible for his loss gradually expands into commitment to preventing such losses for others. Personal pain transforms into dedication to principles larger than individual suffering. But the true forging moment comes near dawn, when Ezio discovers that his uncle Mario has survived and is prepared to offer both sanctuary and education in the arts that will allow him to strike back at his enemies. The choice presented is simple in concept, but devastating in implication. Accept training that will make him capable of protecting others, knowing that such power comes with the obligation to use it regardless of personal cost. Your consciousness reaches a decision point that feels like standing at the edge of an abyss. You have the power to intervene, to prevent this tragedy from unfolding, to spare young Ezio the pain that will forge him into the weapon the Renaissance needs for survival. One action, one warning delivered at the right moment, could preserve this family's happiness and allow them to continue their quiet service without paying the ultimate price. But you also understand what that intervention would cost. Without this crucible of loss and rage, without the transformation of comfortable nobleman into dedicated guardian, would Ezio develop into the leader capable of uniting resistance against Templar expansion? Would the Brotherhood find another champion strong enough to preserve freedom during its darkest hour? Would the Renaissance survive at all without the legend that emerges from this moment of supreme testing? The moral weight of the decision threatens to crush your consciousness like physical pressure. Save the family you've grown to love, knowing that doing so might doom the civilization they've dedicated their lives to protecting, or preserve the timeline that creates a legend. Accepting that love sometimes requires allowing those you care about to face their destiny regardless of the pain it causes. Your hand reaches toward the scene unfolding before you. Reality wavering as past and present, Memory and possibility, choice and consequence balance on the edge of action. The fate of the Renaissance, the future of human freedom, the price of greatness, all hang in the balance as you confront the terrible mathematics of heroism. In that suspended moment, you understand with crystal clarity why some knowledge carries burdens that can never be set down, why witnessing the birth of legends requires those who love them to make choices that will haunt them forever. The decision you make in the next heartbeat will determine not just what kind of person you become, but what kind of world you help create. Your hand trembles in the space between intervention and acceptance as the weight of impossible choice settles on your soul like armor forged from love and wisdom. The scene before you pulses with potential energy, reality itself seeming to hold its breath as past and future balance on the fulcrum of your decision. You could reach out, could warn the auditory family, could prevent the tragedy that transforms young Ezio from carefree nobleman into the legend who will save the Renaissance itself. But in that crystalline moment of supreme testing, understanding flows through you like light breaking through cathedral windows. This isn't about changing history or preserving it. This is about comprehending the terrible mathematics of heroism, the price that must be paid for greatness to emerge from ordinary human potential. Some transformations can only occur through crucibles of loss so profound, they strip away everything except the essential core of what a person truly is. You watch your hands slowly lower, not in defeat, but in recognition of a truth that cuts deeper than any blade. Love sometimes requires the courage to allow those you care about to face their destiny, regardless of the pain it causes. Your intervention might spare young Ezio immediate suffering, but it would also deny him the transformation that turns personal tragedy into universal service. The execution proceeds with mechanical inevitability, but your expanded awareness allows you to perceive layers of meaning invisible to the crowd watching in horrified fascination. Giovanni Auditori's death isn't just the end of one man's life, but the planting of seeds that will bloom into resistance movements across Italy. His son's executions don't simply eliminate potential threats to Templar plans, but create martyrs whose sacrifice will inspire others to take up the cause of freedom. And young Ezio's scream of anguish, when it finally comes, carries more than grief and rage. It holds the birth cry of something new entering the world, something that will reshape the balance between those who would control and those who choose to be free. You feel the exact moment when comfortable assumptions about justice and order shatter, replaced by understanding forged in the furnace of absolute loss. The transformation that follows isn't immediate or magical, but you can sense its inexorable progress, like metal slowly taking shape under a master craftsman's patient hammer. Grief this profound requires time to metabolize into purpose. Rage this pure needs careful channeling before it can become effective action. But the process has begun, irreversible as sunrise, inevitable as the turning of seasons. Through the long hours that follow as young Ezio flees through Florence's shadowed streets with the desperate energy of someone whose world has collapsed in minutes, you experience every step of his journey toward becoming something greater than he ever imagined possible. The comfortable privileges of noble birth are stripped away, replaced by skills that serve justice rather than personal pleasure. The easy relationships of aristocratic society are exchanged for bonds forged in shared dedication to ideals larger than individual interest. But the most profound change occurs in the deepest chambers of his heart, where personal vengeance gradually transmutes into universal service. The desire to kill those responsible for his family's destruction slowly expands into commitment to preventing such tragedies for others. Individual pain transforms into dedication to principles that transcend any single life or loss. Your uncle Mario's appearance in the memory carries weight that reverberates through time itself. Here is living proof that the Auditore legacy extends beyond any single generation, that the commitment to protecting freedom has been passed down through bloodlines and brotherhood for longer than recorded history. When he offers young Ezio sanctuary and training, he's not just providing refuge for a grieving nephew, he's ensuring that the Renaissance will have the guardian it needs to survive its darkest challenges. The choice is yours, Mario says with gentle firmness. his words echoing across centuries to reach your own consciousness. You can spend your life mourning what you've lost, or you can dedicate it to ensuring that others don't suffer as you have suffered. Both paths are understandable, only one leads to peace. You watch young Ezio grapple with this choice. See him weigh the comfortable numbness of grief against the terrible responsibility of action. The decision he makes in that moment will determine not just his own fate, but the destiny of everyone who depends on freedom's survival in a world increasingly dominated by those who mistake control for order. When he finally nods acceptance, something shifts in the fabric of reality itself. Not magic, not mystical transformation, but the simple recognition that another guardian has accepted the burden of protecting what cannot protect itself. The Renaissance gains a champion whose dedication will prove stronger than fear, whose love of justice will overcome any obstacle, whose commitment to freedom will never waver regardless of the personal cost. But you also perceive something else, something that restructures your understanding of your own journey through these genetic memories. Young Ezio's transformation isn't unique or unprecedented. It follows patterns established by generations of individuals who chose service over safety, principle over comfort, dedication to others over devotion to self. The Brotherhood exists not because of some ancient conspiracy or mystical calling, but because every generation produces people who understand instinctively that some things are worth any sacrifice to preserve: freedom, beauty, the right of human beings to choose their own destinies, the obligation to protect those who cannot protect themselves. These aren't abstract concepts, but living principles that call to hearts capable of hearing them. As the memory begins to fade, consciousness preparing to return you to your own time and place, young Ezio looks directly at you with eyes that seem to pierce the boundaries between past and present. For one impossible moment, you feel seen and recognized by the legend whose birth you've witnessed, acknowledged by someone who understands the weight of carrying other people's hopes and dreams. "Thank you," he says simply, though you know the words are meant not just for you, but for everyone who will carry the Brotherhood's ideals forward through future generations. For believing that tomorrow can be better than today, even when today demands everything you have to give. The Renaissance Florence around you shimmers like heat waves rising from sun-warmed stone, reality blurring as genetic memory releases its hold on your consciousness. But the lessons learned in this crucible of transformation remain crystal clear, burned into your understanding with the permanence of truths discovered rather than merely taught. You return to your own time carrying more than historical knowledge. You carry the lived experience of watching greatness emerge from tragedy, purpose crystallize from loss, legend arise from the choice to serve something greater than personal interest. The young man who laughed with his family has become the foundation upon which the Renaissance's survival will rest. But more than that, he's become proof that ordinary human beings can accomplish extraordinary things when circumstances demand nothing less than everything. As awareness solidifies around your contemporary surroundings, you realize that your own journey has reached its culmination not in learning about the Brotherhood's history, but in understanding your place within its continuing mission. You're not just a student of Ezio's legacy, you're a guardian of the principles he died defending, a keeper of the ideals he lived to serve. As consciousness gently separates from the genetic memories that have carried you through centuries of struggle and triumph, Renaissance Florence fades like a beautiful dream that leaves its most important truths branded permanently on your soul. The warm honey light of Italian mornings gives way to the familiar surroundings of the Brotherhood safe house, but you know with absolute certainty that you're not the same person who entered the Animus chamber hours or lifetimes ago. Your uncle Marco sits quietly nearby, his scarred features reflecting patient understanding as he waits for you to fully return to the present. But when your eyes meet his, what passes between you transcends mere family connection. You've both now witnessed the moment when legend was forged from loss, when ordinary human love transformed into extraordinary dedication to ideals larger than individual existence. "You understand now," he says softly, making it statement rather than question. Not just what Ezio accomplished, but what he sacrificed to accomplish it. Not just the Brotherhood's history, but your own responsibility to ensure that history continues. The 4 interconnected tales you've lived through settle into your memory like pieces of a vast puzzle, finally assembled into comprehensible wholeness. The frightened noble who discovered hidden blades and ancient oaths. The guild apprentice who learned that art and innovation serve justice as readily as beauty. The community protector who understood that freedom's guardians work in shadows so others can live in light. The witness to origins who grasped the terrible price of greatness and chose to preserve rather than prevent the crucibles that forge heroes from ordinary human material. Each story revealed another layer of truth about the eternal war between those who would control and those who choose to be free. But more than that, each tale demonstrated that this war isn't fought by superhuman champions or mystical warriors. It's waged by ordinary people who decide that some things are worth any sacrifice to preserve, that love of justice creates bonds stronger than fear of death, that the human spirit cannot be caged by those who mistake compliance for peace. Your own transformation feels as complete and irreversible as young Ezio's, though achieved through revelation rather than tragedy. You began this journey as a refugee seeking sanctuary, someone whose world had been destroyed by forces beyond your understanding. You end it as a guardian of memory, someone who carries the responsibility of ensuring that future generations inherit the freedom to write their own stories. The Brotherhood's true power isn't hidden in ancient artifacts or mystical technologies, but in the unbreakable connections between individuals who share common cause. Every flower seller who carries coded messages, every artist who incorporates symbols of resistance into works of beauty, every scholar who preserves knowledge that others would suppress, every parent who teaches children to think for themselves rather than simply obey authority. All of them are part of the network that protects civilization's most precious achievements. The Renaissance survives, you realize aloud, speaking words that feel like prayer and promise combined. Not because of what any single hero accomplished, but because ordinary people chose to make extraordinary sacrifices for ideals they believed in. Marco's smile carries the warmth of someone watching a beloved student finally grasp the most important lesson of all. And it will continue to survive as long as people like you understand that freedom isn't a gift bestowed by benevolent rulers, but a responsibility that must be actively defended by every generation. Outside the safe house windows, modern Florence spreads in all its accumulated beauty. Layer upon layer of human achievement built on foundations laid by those who fought and died in shadows so others could live in light. The city's ancient stones have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of ideologies, the eternal struggle between those who would diminish human potential and those who work to expand it. But tonight, as church bells throughout the city mark the turning of another day into another night, those stones hold witness to something new. Another guardian accepting the burden of protecting what cannot protect itself. Another heart choosing service over safety. Another soul understanding that some things are worth any price to preserve. The weight of legacy settles on your shoulders like ceremonial robes, heavy with responsibility but warm with purpose. You're not just learning about the Brotherhood's mission anymore. You're helping to define what that mission means for the future, ensuring that Ezio's sacrifice continues to bear fruit through generations not yet born. Your journey from frightened refugee to wise protector mirrors the eternal cycle that renews itself whenever freedom faces its darkest challenges. Somewhere in the world tonight, another young person is discovering that their comfortable assumptions about justice and order are illusions maintained by those willing to fight for principles most people take for granted. Somewhere, another family is being torn apart by forces that serve control rather than freedom. Somewhere, another potential guardian is being forged in crucibles of loss and choice. They will need teachers who understand not just the techniques of shadow warfare, but the philosophy that makes such warfare serve justice rather than mere vengeance. They will need mentors who can demonstrate that strength comes not from the ability to take life, but from the wisdom to know when such terrible action serves something greater than personal interest. They will need guides who can show them how love of beauty and commitment to truth create bonds that no amount of force can break. Rest now, Marco says gently, understanding that consciousness needs time to integrate experiences that span centuries and touch the deepest mysteries of human nature. Tomorrow, your real work begins, but tonight, let yourself feel the peace that comes from finally understanding your place in something greater than yourself. As you prepare for sleep, the sounds of Renaissance Florence fade into the ambient whispers of a city that has witnessed the birth of legends and the triumph of ideals over tyranny. Distant church bells mark the hours with bronze voices that have called the faithful to worship for centuries. Water laps against ancient stones where gondoliers once carried secrets between islands of resistance. Wind moves through gardens where artists and philosophers gathered to dream of worlds where human beings could live free. The comfort of belonging settles around you like the finest silk, warming places in your soul that you never knew were cold. You found more than just purpose and mission. You found family, community, connection to something that transcends individual existence and touches the eternal human desire for meaning, beauty, and justice. If tonight's journey through memory and legend has moved you to understand your own potential for greatness, consider joining our community of guardians who work to ensure that freedom's light never dims. Tomorrow brings new challenges, but also new opportunities to serve something greater than ourselves. The ambient sounds of peaceful Florence drift through your consciousness as sleep approaches. The distant laughter of late revelers, the gentle splash of water against stone, the soft rustle of wind through leaves that have witnessed centuries of human struggle and triumph. You sleep tonight not as a passive observer of history, but as an active participant in its continuing creation. Rest well, guardian of memory. Your real adventure has only just begun.